to say to everybody who is going on digitally, if you can hear me, you have reached the right conference, or the best conference, the first annual NEMU conference. So for you who are on digitally, Jenny will be your host, Jenny Simonsen. So if you have any issues, you can just chat with Jenny, and she'll be your raise hand person here in the physical conference. And Jenny, everything's good?
Everything's good. No one has said that they don't hear anything.
Well, at some point in time, they might want to put themselves on or us on mute. We'll see. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm Søren Sørensen, and I'm part of the NEMU project. And I'll come back to you later. But first, the introduction from Hanne, from the ITS Norway organization, and Hanne is also part of the NEMU project.
Thank you, Søren, and welcome all to Oslo for you in the room. My name is Hanne Breivik. I'm the CEO of ITS Norway, and we are proud partners also in the Nordic Plus cooperation. And Nordic Plus is Nordic plus the Baltics. So that's a close cooperation within the extended Nordic area. So very happy for that, and very happy to be here today to welcome you to beautiful late October Oslo, best part of the year in Oslo. Some practicalities first. Coffee, some cinnamon buns or something, and juice outside, and water. And if you just serve yourself, and on one point of time, there will be a need to go even further down the hall. The toilets are down the hall and to the right. And also, in case of a fire alarm, we should meet outside, beside the school, the Ruseløkka skole, and the stairs there, we'll meet there. No exercise has been planned, so just act calmly and carry on if the alarm goes, and get out. Basically. So we are mixed here, both in the room and also digitally. I know digitally there are people from Norway, Finland, Spain, Sweden, Denmark, and Estonia. And in the room, there are also different nationalities. So you know who I am, you know who Søren are, but I suggest that we take a round in the room. So just the name and the organization and country that you come from. So starting with you, Hanne.
Okay, Johanna Taskinen from Matkahuolto, Finland.
Yes, I'm Björkvold from Elfur in Norway. I'm leading information architect for Standards.
Hi, I'm Tuto, co-chair of Netflix's subgroup with Hussein.
Hi, I'm Isabelle de Robert, working at Community Data based in Barcelona.
From Intraffic Finland, working at National Mobility Data.
Jenny Simonsen from ITS Norway.
Work for Elfur in Norway.
Inga Lunete, I'm the coordinator for the NEMU project.
Samuel Henningsson, ITS Sweden.
Mari Thorn, NEMU, Norway, the software company providing the software in the US.
I am Total from Romania, and I work in many places related to transit data.
I'm Florencia, I'm a student in Oslo. Originally from Argentina, but lived 6 years in the Scandinavian countries.
as yet. Tallinn Transport Department, also the ITS Estonia board member in Tallinn. I'm the MAS coordinator, and at the same time from Estonia as well.
Hi, I'm Vivi Kuusk. I'm the CEO of ITS Estonia.
And my name is Sarah Hitz. I'm coming from Nordic Innovation. I am Danish, but living in Norway.
Lina Egli, Nordic Innovation, based in Oslo.
And Hege Hyttelsen from Nordic Innovation, also based in Oslo.
And Kjell-Erik Eilertsen from the Norwegian Railway Directorate.
Thank you, and looking forward to a very fruitful meeting today. The agenda is, as you can see on the screen. I'm granted 10 minutes. I used 7 already. And then after me, an introduction to the NEMU project and the strategy and the NEMU rig, as we call it. And then we start the workshop and the working part for you. So you just have to hang in there for 1 hour of information and sharing from the NEMU project. And then we will start working all together. We'll have 3 different workshops, and in between lunch and coffee and everything that you would like to have in a workshop. So I hope for very fruitful discussions today, bringing us forward. And we stop at 1600. And I think that some of you are going to have something to eat and play shuffleboard. Brede is the master of that ceremony, so if you have questions, just raise them to him. So,
do you need a hand?
No. Okay.
You can get a Coke.
Thank you. And yeah, so just some words from me as an introduction to the NEMU project. And this is the why we do this. The Nordic Vision 2030. The Nordic region shall become the world's most sustainable and integrated region by 2030. So the vision, it stands. And to achieve the mission, we are working along 3 pillars, working towards a green Nordic region, a competitive Nordic region, and a socially sustainable Nordic region. And this is the why. And NEMU is part of the how. Today, it's very easy to plan a trip by plane or by car, but it's not that easy to plan and perform a trip cross borders with public transport. So it's kind of stupid to put it in simple words. And the solution that NEMU is working towards is to making it easier, to lower the barriers for choosing public transport, the greenest way of traveling, and then we have to make it as easy as to choose the other ways of traveling. So I think we should go on working because this is a very important mission that we have. So enough from me, and then I will give the floor to Søren Sørensen. He actually just sat down, so back to work. And Brede Dammen from Entur, and Johanna Taskinen, and excuse me in advance, but Matka Hulto. Is that correct? Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, okay. Okay, enough. It's a very difficult word, so the floor is yours, and welcome.
Thank you, Hannah, for the introduction. And everything is still fine digitally? Okay, good. We're just going to give you a little introduction to how far we've come in the project. And we have the sponsors in the room, which is Nordic Innovation. And we have a consortium. It's a very, the working part is kind of 3 organizations. And then we have a backing group being the ITS organization in the Nordics that is helping us getting the message around, but also working on the next project. Try to see what should we do after NEMU, because unfortunately we're not going to solve all the issues in this time. So we are around half into the program. We'll be complete in mid 27. So, and as Hannah mentioned, this is about making it as easy to use public transport, a sustainable mode of ground and sea transport, as it is to use your smartphone. I mean, everybody here, no matter where you're from, you brought your smartphone, and you of course assume that you can call home. You of course assume that you can do the same thing as you do at home. The problem for public transport is with your app from home, you cannot take a train or a bus here in Oslo. We're going to change that. So, and the other thing it's important is that everything we are doing is based on open mobility data. We are using what EU has decided should be mandated for all. So as it is for all and everybody has to do it, why not use it? So that's what we're doing. The other thing is we aim at using open source for our mission. It means that in everything you see today, you can, in principle, go home, find on GitHub, and get going. You don't need to start a big bidding program and get vendors in, and they'll try to sell you some high-tech solution that solves your problem. Guess what? It's already solved. You just have to copy it. So this is, I think, the most important message is that what we are talking about here is for everybody, and it's for everybody free to use. So why can we do it here in the Nordics? We can do it because we're beginning to see a trend in both in Denmark and Norway and Finland. We see that you have a national entity that can sell you a ticket to anywhere in that particular country, cross several PTAs, and using also the national carriers. So that means we're beginning to see the light, at least going from a regional level that we had 6, or here in Norway maybe 17 region, or how many you have today. Instead of having 17 different apps, we have one that can cover everything. Much easier for the consumer. So the next step is then, why only be limited to Norway? If you're a Norwegian, why not have the opportunity to travel all around Sweden and Denmark and Finland as well, using your home app? You know how to take the bus. In Denmark, it's the same thing. You go to a bus stop and you enter the bus. The problem is you can't enter the bus because you don't know how to get a ticket. You need to download a new app. That's what we're taking away. So use your favorite app, your language, your currency, anywhere in the Nordics. It's a very big help if I'm going to Finland, that I can pay in Danish kroner and I can see where I want to go in Danish and not Finnish. It's a huge help. So I will leave all the details to the doers, that is Entu and Matkahulto. But if you are interested in following us more, then we have a place on the internet and you can find us there. So that's enough for me. And I'll give the floor to Brede, representing the Entu
Thank you. Do the mic work also remote? We do this because I need to see the screen. I'm stand-in for Lars Tore today. So now I'm talking about ticketing, my skilled things. We do this because the green transition that we have in also the Europe regulation with background with the MMTs is that we want to have more sustainable transport. We want to have open up our new markets. It doesn't need to be the markets, but we want to open up so that the market is growing. As Søren said, we want to do this low cost, so we do it with open source and collaboration. And I think that this is something that brings the value to the travelers. So from a tour side, we started this in 2024. The team was started in December 2024. We had a pilot and test up and running with Swedish timetable data for our railway line between Gothenburg and Copenhagen. And we started to could sell tickets through the Swedish OSDM system. And we had a silent launch in March this year and a full launch in April. And now we work to scale this up to more rail and buses in Sweden, and also to sell further to Denmark, and Finland is also the aim. So this is how this looks like a customer. You do a search from any place in Norway to Copenhagen, and you get one ticket, and you can buy it in one currency. This now is in Norwegian crowns, and you get the tickets and barcodes that you can do the travel. And how we do it, this is my main field, this slide. So I can talk for hours on this one, but the main focus here is the stop list registry, which is mandatory for Norwegian PTAs to update. Everyone is using that in Norway. Then we have the NetX plan timetable data, automatically imported with high scheduled validation. So we stop data that has errors in it. And we have the dynamic real-time updates. And we can use GPFS as well for micromobility. So you can start a journey in Norway with an e-scooter outside here and end up in Denmark soon with the same ticket. No. Then I suggest to have a road bicycle and back there without an engine. Yeah. Yeah. I can follow him to Fredrikstad. I know the way. Yeah. This is fully open source, everything. This slide is the only thing today that we talk about that is not open source from Antur side. It's a history behind that. We want to have more of it open source, but it's not at the moment. And the important part here is the national product database. So we have one unified description of everything. Each part of the MMTs and part of the national access point. Then we have the inventory for dynamic prices, and the rolling stock for vehicle composition of trains, and can also be done for express buses. The timetable data I talked about in the previous slide, and those three services here is important input to our offer engines that calculate the prices on the Norwegian side, and that means also from Oslo to Gothenburg. That is sold through our system. And we have APIs, so it's available in any apps in Norway, and it's also used by some apps outside. And this is what NEMU is about, our Bifrost integration, done by a team in Bergen. It's a rainbow bridge from the Northern mythology, Bifrost. we're bridging together the Nordic countries. So what we are doing here, we do a trip search with Open Trip Planner, where we have integrated all the Nordic countries. So we have a proof of concept of that. When the quality of the data in our neighboring countries is high enough that we can import it automatically and have validations, stop errors, and they will fix it, then we can go in production with those lines. So that's why we have Iver and July here today, started this month to work on that from N2 side. How can we help our neighboring countries? So this is what we do a trip search from the top. Then we get the orders, can sum it up, and we can distribute the tickets. You can get a reset, and if a cancellation or something happens, it can also be solved in that part. So what's technically in place today? So the multi-public transport ticketing, we have it in Norway in place. They have it in Sweden. We have a similar system in Denmark. 3 different systems with 3 different setups and APIs and so forth. And in Finland, they have distributed systems, which also can be integrated into this. So the ticketing part, we more or less have in place. The Nordic trip planning solutions, technically, we have it in place. It works, it scales. And the cross-border ticketing, we are more or less in place with that also today. So what we are lacking is good timetable data and real-time data for all 4 Nordic countries. So that's where the focus should be in the future. So the challenge to the community, you need to work towards data to be third party, easy to use. So it's not enough that my data is working in my system, but we also need to think that my data should work in any third-party systems in the world. And we should let the national access points be the main basis for this internal systems, meaning that focus on delivering data to the NAP, start to use the data from the NAP in the country, and then we can start this ball to roll faster than we see today. And we are eager to collaborate. That was the last slide from.
Okay, great. Thank you, Brede. I think we might have some questions, but I think we will just hear Johannes, and then we will take a question round. Is that okay with you guys? Okay. So, Johanna from Matkahulto.
The big one. Yes. Okay. Yeah, so I'm, okay, the other side. So from Matkahuolto, if it's difficult to say, you can just say MH or something like that. Yeah. So, so we are trying to do the multimodal travel planning and payment, including ferries from Finland to Sweden. Just one thing about Matkahuolto. So we are a private company, and our role in this project is to test what kind of business private companies can make out of this Nordic travel chains. So this is, I'm not going into the details, but there are some figures. We are providing ticket systems and all these services to both, so these are the services that we are providing. So both to private bus companies and also to some local authorities, smaller cities mainly, and so that's what we are doing, and already integrated some ticket systems, as Søren said. So we are the best mass app in Finland if you want to get all the services with one app. So we have integrated nearly all the public transport in Finland the single ticket systems. A few are still lacking, but they are soon going to be there. So our Trips and Tickets app. Yeah. And then we also have our own ticket system, of course. But I'll go quite quickly those parts. So in this project, we are going to add the ferry services to our Trips and Tickets app. So it's just a mobile version at this point. We are in the process of consolidating our web and mobile interfaces, but at this project we are using the mobile only. And of course, the target group for us is people living in Finland, traveling to Sweden, Åland, Tallinn, and back. And this requires contracts. The ferry gateway, which provides the API, the ticketing API, for all the 3 ferry companies that we are going to make contracts with. Viking Line we have already signed, and then Eckerö and Tallink we are negotiating at this point. And they have all been quite eager about this project, so it's quite nice to see that they are interested. And what we are trying to find out during this project is that is it a business to facilitate these Nordic mobility travel chains? So this is because we are a private company, we have to make business out of this. So this is what we are trying to find out. So this means that are people willing to pay for this, and is it enough to get back return on investment? So these are the questions that we are very much working on. And who are paying, of course, are either the service providers by provisions or the travelers in service fees. So this is how we will get some income out of this. We are very well in the process. So actually, we have just launched our first test app version, so about the Viking Line integration. So we hope to be ready to launch, maybe silently, the Viking Line at least in the beginning of next year, and then the rest to ferry companies by summer at least, because the biggest season, of course, starts in the summer. But of course, the ferries are going the year round. So, but latest by the summer, we are going to launch all the services. Of course, if we manage to have both the Eckerö and Tallink contracts. What we have needed to consider during this project is that, well, we very much would like to sell the tickets with the club membership prices, and this is possible through the Ferry Gateway API, but there are still some issues whether the ferry companies have actually implemented that into the API, so we are negotiating that. Well, the transfer time at the terminal, that needs to be a little bit longer than traditionally between like buses and trains, so there needs to be time more there. And then when you are making the booking and payment, so we haven't had the age group selection for the child tickets before in our app, and we couldn't do that yet for the bus services, but we have now have managed to do it for the ferry services. The cabin reservation, we haven't had the place reservation either for any services until so far. So this is the first kind of place reservation that we implement. Meal reservations, we actually are trying to sell also meals. There's still a little bit of a question that whether that makes us as a travel service combination provider, but we are now trying out anyway, and if somebody then says that, oh my God, you shouldn't do that, then we quit. But anyway, we try that. So let's see what happens. Then contact and personal details. There are some details that you need to gather from the passengers that we have needed to solve out, and then some cancellation policies, time zones, VAT that we haven't had to manage before when we have been operating only in Finland. Things that we still need to find out is that what is how people are going to take our very terms that we put all the responsibility to the customers, so that we don't very much want to take the responsibility of the disruptions at this point. So let's see what people think about that. Yep. Okay. So the pictures are not.
Oops.
Oh, let's go back.
There might be an issue.
Oh, well, you can't see anything now. Okay, so there it's in Finnish. So this is the first version that we have. So you can see that we have managed to get the travel chains with bus and train and the ferry, and there you can see that you can choose either to Stockholm or to Åland or to Tallinn. And okay, and here you can see, is that the thing? Oh, yeah. Ah, nice. So here, this is the sad point that we haven't been able to do the automatic choose for the child tickets yet, because there are so many bus companies and we haven't implemented that yet. So that's why they still need to choose the actual tickets for the other services, and this is a little bit annoying, I know, but this is what we have to live for the time being. We hope that we can improve that next year. And then, of course, some the contact details. This is also in Finnish. Sorry about that, but there are a bunch of details that we need to gather from the passengers, which are required from the ferry companies to do. And nothing seen there.
I think something has gone wrong in downloading.
Yeah. But anyway, it's...
This one works.
Yeah, but so we are soon going to have the things ready and starting to operate in hopefully next year in the beginning. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Little applause for the presentation. I think also it's important to mention that what you're doing now is I think it's in a GTFS environment, isn't it?
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, I forgot to mention. Yeah, we are operating still in the GTFS world, so not yet in the NetX. So and that's also because the ferry gateway is still in the GTFS, aren't they? So, but they are going to produce.
Hopefully.
Yeah, this is also something that we are during this project trying to achieve, that ferry gateway also starts to produce the NetX data, and of course eventually Matkahuolto will do that also.
Yeah, so that's because in the NetX specification, everything that you mentioned here that's your difficulties has been solved. So also the time you have to check in before departure, something that Google Maps cannot do. I was almost getting too late to a ferry to Latvia earlier this year because Google Maps said I only need 20 minutes to go before departure, just to go from the train station. But the problem is that a check-in stops 1 hour before departure. Those details are not available, so therefore Google Maps will deceive you in that. One reason why DTFS is not sufficient for doing proper travel planning that you can rely on and actually do. So thank you for those presentations. Are there any comments from you guys, or should we take some questions? And you guys, you need to use a microphone, and online you need to raise your hand, and then Jenny will let you through.
So
yeah, go ahead.
The question goes to Johanna. You already mentioned about this topic regarding the combination of travels and kind of a consideration which comes from the law that then it is kind of a travel agency service. This is what I have found in my practice as well, that in Estonia they consider, at least Tallink has told me, that it is not possible to sell those kind of tickets in one bunch, in a way that they say that then you need to be as a travel agency. And it means that you need to put quite a huge amount of a deposit in each of the country to make it available. How you see this to be organized, and how you are managing with these kind of regulations, or should we somehow make it change? As in Estonia, at least, we have now opened the public transportation law, so we can basically do whatever in this context as well, that we need to define all of those things in detail, that what is the object of, let's say, travel agency topic, and what it is if we just make this kind of system available, which is anyhow possible to buy through some separate, let's say, the services, let's say, and we just combine them together.
Yeah, we actually asked this from the association, I don't know the name, but anyway, the Association of the Travel Agencies or something like that. So, and they said that there are two things. There is the limit of 24 hours, and then there is the entertainment. So if it's less than 24 hours, then it's not considered as a travel combination. And if it's just, you know, going from A to B, and then of course, if it's, you know, and if it's an overnight trip, then of course you need to have a cabin or something like that. Then it's not a travel combination. So that those things should be okay, that we are able to sell the cabins. The meals is a little bit of a question, but I don't know. But for instance, you can nowadays also, I think also in Norway, you can also book meals beforehand also for trains.
Yes.
So I think this is something that we now try, because this is a pilot. Then in pilot you can do things, and I think it's very important, because then we can raise this issue if there comes something. But I think the regulation has not been planned in this travel chain thing in the mind. So I think there are issues that we need to maybe change there, because I think you need to have something to eat when you are traveling long distances. So why not? So, but let's see. But what we are not going to sell is the you know, the entertainment services on board. This is something that we are not going to touch, because that definitely is entertainment. So those things like the 24-hour limit and the entertainment seems to be the big things. But this is, I think, an open question, and I think all the stakeholders might be very interested to, you know, discuss this.
You can actually say that an overnight ferry is the same as a night train.
Yeah.
So it's part of a travel from A to B. It's not a vacation.
Yeah.
It could be a vacation, but the whole travel is its own, and is not part of a package deal, if you will. So, but it's just funny what happens when you put a train on sea. I mean, if you now put the night train on the ferry, sometimes you can do that. Is it then a package? I mean, but as you say, it's something that. We're doing something new, and I think that's also the response you got from the ferries is, hey, can we do that? Hey, that's smart. Or that we could be part of a travel chain, because until now they just see them.
They are very interested, yeah.
Yeah, they just see them. We're delivering. People are coming to us. We are shipping them over and just loading them off the ferry. Find out to get where you want. Yeah.
From online. If I understood it right, you're both in Matkahuolto and Router. Router is not here, integrating different services to your own apps. Are you at the same time integrating your apps with each other? So is it possible to sell Matkahuolto's tickets in Router app and vice versa? Now Router is not here, as I said, but maybe he meant Entur, but I think he meant Router. It's Marco.
Yeah. In the slide I showed with Difrost, Bifrost integrator in between. It's an API, so any app can use that and sell the tickets that is available through that. So that is more marketing questions. Who is allowed to sell which tickets from which different operators or PTAs or something. It's not a technical question.
Yeah, and our plan was first to integrate the ferry services, and then after that we start planning whether we will and how we will integrate also the Swedish and Norwegian services. But of course there is the Sweden in between, which has been something. But this is we are proceeding in a stepwise way. So first we handle this ferry part, and then we will go to the Sweden and Norwegian other services.
Go further. Yeah. So that's it. Yeah, that's exactly. And we have scoped the project so that we're not just running into failures. We want to have successes. So we're scoping until we get the success. Yep. Another question. If you could just say again who you are from to the digital presence.
Yes, sure. Bogdan from Romania, and specifically a question for Matka Hulto. You said you are using GTFS. Does that mean for determining the prices you have implemented APIs with each operator?
Yes.
Oh.
Short answer.
Was there some kind of national standard in place at the time? Oh.
Very short answers. I think you can read like between the lines that, yeah, well, we have done quite a huge work here that we have integrated all the different services. But yeah, that's how you need to do it before you have the standards.
So given that, when you will upgrade eventually to NetX, do you think that will solve this complexity, or do you think you will still be relying on the proprietary APIs for quite a long time?
Let's see. I'm not very technical person, so I cannot, make any promises. But that's, I think, is a hope. And of course, and why we are not there yet, because Finland is in the process still. So I think it's only the train company VR who is using the NetX data at the moment. So we cannot jump there just like that. Of course, I think there are now very good discussions internally in our company that we have really started to dig into this, and let's see. But then there is also this cooperation that we are also negotiating with Fintraffic and the other stakeholders in Finland. So that's kind of the bigger the question there, and I think we will get to that at some point, but that takes some time. But we want to do already some things before that, so that's why we are in this. We launched this Trips and Tickets app in 2020, so that's where we started from. So well, things were worse then. It's a bit better now, but yeah. And my background is in Qt Group, a mass company, so we actually provided this Trips and Tickets app to Matkahuolto, and then we went into bankruptcy, and then I switched to Matkahuolto, and that's why we are here. Oh, that's why I'm here.
So that's the mass heritage. It's moving on. Yeah.
And there is a little difference between Matkahuolto and Tur, commercial company. So you need to build things that go directly into the market. A public company, we want to build things that scales over time, so we can use more time on it. So we want to standardize what we are doing. So we have standardized in Norway the NetX data for all the temp tables, which then produce high quality GTFS that is used, so we can in our new use cases have use cases where GTFS is better options than NetX. And we also encourage our neighbors to focus on building a strong national access point, strong map, so we can use that. And that's a process that is ongoing in Finland. merging from GTFS to NetX. In Sweden, they have a different approach, as the last couple of years focused very much on a new sales systems, and haven't had time to do the proper work on the NetX data. So that's the situation in the Nordics much of today. And we try to convince Fair Gateway to start developing the NetX, so we can also benefit from that.
Yeah, good.
So here, as I said, I am a student in Oslo Met for transport and urban planning. And something that got my attention, I think it was in your slide, Johanna, it's about age group you mentioned. So we need to remember that all these services, because we want to give people actually understand the needs, accessibility, and so I would like to, maybe if you can express, and also any other data expert, about how that is considered. Is it the speed that the person like walk? How long could it take, for example, to do this exchange of different public modes? And or maybe you were actually considering something different.
Something different, yes, yes. It was just the thing, because if you're selling child tickets, then there are different age limits for different companies. So, and this is what we haven't solved yet in our own ticket system either. So that's, well, I wanted to solve this already during this project, but well, you just cannot do everything at once. So the thing is that our current implementation is such that you first search with adult prices, and then you need to choose for each service the actual child tickets. This is a little bit annoying, of course, and we want to get rid of that, but we need to create a system for in our own system that we kind of handle all the different age limits for the different bus companies that we are providing the ticket system for. So that's why I just mentioned that our actually the user interface for the Viking Line implementation, it's very fancy compared to the other services, other public transport services that we have in our app, because there you actually can, you have this already implemented, and then you have these nice cabins and meals and etc. And for the bus and trains, we don't have none of that yet, and you can't even define the child ages there beforehand. So that's what I mentioned. So this is just, I wanted to raise these things because we are, well, kind of a big, but anyway, quite small company. So we need to think very carefully that how do we go forward? So we cannot, do everything all at once. So this is just a reality we are facing.
Good.
Yeah, I have just like a comment on that, the integrating the different sales channels and the APIs, and Jaakko Rintamäki from Fintra. Yeah, we have law in place in Finland since 2017, where everyone involved on providing like public transport services or train services or ferry services or micro mobility services and all kinds of like passenger traveling services, you need to open up your APIs and also provide the API for the third parties to resell the tickets, like these kind of single tickets, what Johan has been talking through. And that legislation was placed on like almost 10 years ago, when we have like very open-minded government, and they wanted to deregulate everything. They deregulated also like a taxi market then. And today we know that we have like, when we have like multitude of APIs and multitude of different standards, it has caused issues, for example. And everyone probably knows that the market cannot handle and solve itself up. It needs some guidance from somewhere. And that's why there's now, like last week, the Finnish parliament passed the new legislation, which like fully implements everything like underneath the ITS directive. So for example, the data standards are by law now in 1st of January next year, they are referring to NetX Nordic by law. So everyone should like implement those. and also they started the mandatory stuff, which started like early next year, is the use of single stop place registry, where what every partner should like using, like the things are in Norway pretty much. But we don't yet have this kind of unified solution for those ticketing APIs, and there is not, in my experience, there is no much push from the government to like introduce that kind of a regulation in the commercial APIs. Of course, there would be like benefits, like for example, like a company for Matkahuolto who is like in a business of integrating everything. So, but at the moment, my best guess is that if we are going to do something, we need to push from the European Union as a country to do that.
So if I may react, Jaakko, to your message. So you'll be happy to know that the European Commission, DG Move, and CEN have been pushing for a standardized distribution API. There is a call for expert that was released 2 weeks ago, and we're currently putting a team of experts together. And by the way, anyone who's interested in joining the work for distribution API, please see me at one of the break, because we need to submit the entire project proposal by November 17, and the aim is that in 24 months, which will arrive very quickly, there will be a distribution API that is based on transmodal as the data reference model, and will hopefully take the best of existing distribution API, so bridging with OSDM, Ferry Gateway, the Entour API, BOB in Sweden, and also TOMP for shared mobility. And obviously the underlying data for passenger information will be NetEx and Siri. So I guess your wish will be granted in 24 months.
Yeah. And you can be part of the solution if you want to. So yeah.
A question for the two of you. Can you talk a bit more about integrating alternative modes, so demand responsive transport or car sharing, carpooling, scooter sharing? If you have integrated it, how is it different? What was the challenges? If you have not, what is the reason?
It's your baby, but yeah. She worked from Kitty before, which was part of the Normal project. One of the huge, which is the baby of this NEMU project we are here today to discuss. One of the main results there was that they developed in OpenTripPlanner, the trip engine, support for mobility routing based on GBFS, General Bike Feed Specification, hosted by mobility data. We developed in Norway, and we saw a potential here. So we developed a hub to collect all the GBFS data in Norway, which is the mobility hub. We base that on GBFS, and we feed that into the route engine, OpenTripPlanner. So it's part of the access egress. You can start to travel with e-scooter, city bike, or a shared car. Shared car is problematic in Norway because you have to park the car on the same spot that you picked it up. So, but theoretically, if the market had a car that you can pick up and park a different place, it will have worked for cars as well. But it's part of it, and for the ticketing booking part, open the car, closing it, park it. We have a team working on integrating the TOMP API for that. We could have done this also with NetEx and Siri. We see that's much more complicated. No one has done it before. GBFS is used worldwide. And when the e-scooters entered the market for 5, 6, 7 years ago, it was a huge cowboy industry. During the night, they placed around in the city or area thousands of e-scooters. And when the citizens wake up next morning, they had a new new way of travel from A to B. So that market needed regulation. and all the cities in Norway that do the regulation are using a standard at the MDS, which is very tight coupled with GBFS. So to do this with NetX and Siri, we see in Norway that we will only put hurdles on the operators, giving them extra high costs for developing a standard they don't need, actually. So this is something that we will discuss in the NetCom project in EU. Shall we start implementing NetX and Siri for something that works very well with GBFS today?
Yeah, I can just mention that. So we have integrated one demand-responsive transport system. It's the Finnish Vinga system. That was actually the same that we used in Kyyti Group when we launched this cheap taxi service 2017 or 16. So in the meantime, we actually changed using an American system, but then we changed back to Vinga when we were in Matkahuolto. There are 5 cities now using this system for their demand-responsive transport systems. So and those systems can be booked by our Trips and Tickets app, and also they can be booked within a travel chain. So you can combine scheduled transport and demand-responsive transport in those cities. So this is something which is unique in Finland. That is, of course, something that we want to emphasize, but that's still a market that develops quite slowly, at least in Finland. So now we are kind of in the waiting moment, so that if there are more cities that, and of course we are not planning, well, a new integration is always a new integration. So we have one integration, and let's see if there are. But there are not many places that are using actually an automatic DRT system in Finland. Mainly it's manual, like that might be the case in other countries as well.
Good. I think we have to close this.
But we can discuss during the lunch.
But during lunchtime you can continue. Next point on our agenda is the NEMU strategy and a little bit about the NEMU rig and what is the NEMU rig and what's next. Jenny, do you want this or?
No, I'm fine. I can use probably the microphone there as well. So great. So welcome from my side as well. And actually this feeds very well into the discussion. So maybe there are some questions afterwards that we can take.
No.
Okay. No, I'm just, what's my time and what was the schedule? I know I was part of writing the schedule, but suddenly I don't. Oh, I'm done in 12, but, and then do we have a short break or do we continue the discussion after that?
We'll just define a short get coffee break.
Okay, excellent. I think
for the rest of the people, I've got mine,
a tactical one as well. So that's good. Okay, bear with me. I'm gonna talk in 100 kilometers an hour. That's what I normally do. Who was part of Nomad project and the Nomad workshops? Raise your hand. Like, don't be afraid, like raise your hands, right? Great. Okay, so some of you. So, we're gonna continue on the Nomad to talk about what we're gonna build on, because we can't jump. We need to walk step by step with the projects that we're doing here. So Nomad, we started with that actually before COVID, and then it continued, and it took quite a while. What happened here, Søren, with all the pictures? It's like, I understand Johanna now, because it's like, oh, it falls apart. Can you imagine what we did? I was going to show you all the gaps and everything, and then there's like nothing.
Is that the total slide? Also next slide?
Well, no, I think there's a picture there. So that's good. So, okay, there was a nice picture, a graph of showing of all the gaps that we did in Nomad and what we should continue doing in order to have roaming in 2030 or soon. We hear that EU is working quite hard. They invited to join working groups in order to actually achieve that process further. So I'm coming to a slide then here that identified some of the gaps. And I want you to read them at the same time and thinking of that these gaps doesn't mean that we don't have nothing, right? But they mean that we lack a shared solutions across the Nordics and in Europe as well. I'm coming now from the Nordic standpoint of view, so excuse me for that, but I'm talking from a Nordic standpoint of view. We have the APIs, but we're now obliged to open them from others. We have ticketing, but there's no standard way to validate a multimodal trip. So what we want to do in the NEMU strategy is to open that up and look at the specific gaps in order to close them bit by bit, one by one, in order to achieve roaming and MaaS in 2030, or even before that, if that's the case. And now you can agree or disagree when we're finished, if these are something that you don't agree with. But this is something that we found out from the Nomad process and continued. So we kind of thought of a proposal for the NEMU strategy, because that is something that we want to do and will do. And doesn't mean that when we're finished with the NEMU project, that all these strategy parts will be filled, but it's a continuation. It combines everything that we've done so far and learned from Nomad and early NEMU work. We still have 1.5 years still of this project left. So we propose a short, sharp strategy, identify and fill the gaps. So we want to validate the business models and the standards that work, align with MDMS, but make it maybe Nordic, and prepare for scaling beyond these 2 corridors. That's why we need your input today, and it's important in the workshops. So what we may be written here doesn't apply in the strategy, but what we receive from all the post-it notes that we're going to have and make the changes then here. I'm looking at Brede and Søren because they're going to nod now and say yes. So we're going to add it here. And then when we're done with the workshops and we'll do the final kind of papers, we will send this all to you, and then you might have questions or remarks regarding the strategy. But I think this serves as a good baseline for the NEMU project at least, to see where do we go from Nomad to NEMU and beyond. Because it doesn't stop, and we're not going to reach our goal by 1.5 years. Have we, Brede? No. That would be nice, but it's a little bit boring as well, because we need to meet often. And then the second part, that was work package 1 in the process, the NEMU strategy. The NEMU rig is work package 12. So it's a long-term collaboration platform. That means that the rig will look at next project or activities in order to continue this process. So that's part of the NEMU project. So what we need to do is we have these 2 corridors that was shown in this picture at least, and was what Johanna was talking about and what Brede is talking about, these 2 corridors. But it doesn't exclude any new corridors or activities that we should initiate. Maybe there's something from Estonia, or maybe there's something from Denmark. Well, we had Denmark, but somewhere else. Yes. So that we can look at also the ensure scalability and commercialization, what we were talking about, coordinate with EU and national agencies, and then beyond 27 when this one ends. So very short, what's next? How do we reach the goal that was written in NEMU of MaaS roaming in 2030? I think I even finished that in less than 12 minutes, which is good because I know you want your break. But I want you to think about these kind of questions now when we have these workshops, because you are part of the strategy, because we all kind of take these steps further on so that we reach our goals. Is that not right?
That's right.
Yes, great. Any questions so far?
Was that your message?
Yes.
Okay, good. Applause for Jenny. So, but that is indeed right. I mean, I trust that in the audience, both here and digitally, we have candidates for next consortiums going forward. We want to extend our scope from the Nordics to beyond. We know we have issues that we need to face in the Nordics, but I don't think that the Baltics, I don't think that northern part of Europe, any other part of Europe, the Balkans, the Baltic and the Balkans should wait on that we have a complete solution here in the Nordics. So we are going for further funding, and we'll go for any proper source of funding that we can find in the Nordics and in Europe, EU funding to continue this quest, and we should be in a good position as we are trying to do what the EU wants us to do. We're trying to respond to the EU thoughts and vision. Any questions to the NEMU, Rick? Yeah. Oops, we need the mic.
Thank you. I actually have a question for, based on your strategy, you mentioned that you wanted to align with MDMS. Unfortunately, we know that for now, or at least within this legislative framework, MDMS is off the table until we get new elections and stuff. So will you plan then that in your future project to make a governance recommendation so that member states could get inspired by the NEMU REG strategy and project to implement a sort of a national MDMS if they wanted?
Yeah, I think that's already what Breda has mentioned, is that because we don't have it, but we know that it should be based on the transmodal, all the NETEX stuff that we have done. The NETEX stuff have everything that you need in order to make booking and sale. The only thing it doesn't have is standards for booking and sale. And within sales of tickets, there is, I can guarantee you, there's no standard. There is a standard saying no ticketing system shall be the same. That's the standard today. That is indeed the standard. I don't think you can find two ticketing systems in Europe that are where you could actually use one app, the app here, and then go over here and do the same thing, or even change and then see, I know what to do it here. You can absolutely rely on it's totally different. For what reason? Why? Any good guess on why it's a good idea to have separate ticketing systems that is interoperable and non-understandable for a non-user? Let the guy.
From my experience with some operators, I know that sometimes the people in financial departments hold a lot of power, and they will come and put in their own requirements, like we need very strict inspection rules, and then the old ticketing system will become even more complicated and get a dynamic QR code for inspection or whatever. Or they will come and impose supplementary details to be collected from the end customers in order to have more comprehensive reports that nobody ever asks for.
Yeah. And I, as a traveler, does not need them at all. I just need to get on the bus. So, Breda, short comment.
Not the politically correct answer, but it's the best situation to be a software provider.
It's the best
situation for a software provider to have it that way.
Yeah.
Yeah. I got so many times. Yeah. But for a customer traveling, it's not the best solution. Yeah.
And the question is not for this group because these people with the good answers on this are not attending this workshop.
Anyway, I think we are going to move on, but having your thoughts during the day is how could you contribute to the next step, and please make the group aware in your discussions. So now we're just having a 3 minutes bio break and refill break. So just out, do what you have to do, and come back. And the same, of course, goes for the digital participants. You are free to raise from your seat and from away from the screen for 3 minutes. Okay.
Men det jo 15 stykker i digitalgruppe.
Ja.
Og der ingen fra prosjektet. Så skulle en i prosjektet være.
Vil du gerne få en fra projektet med? Ja, ja.
Can we use the based version?
Yeah, I think so. Let's see if I can get it.
The descriptive part is what they intend, and then legislation, and then how it goes in courts. It's like legislation text.
So we just want to stop this?
Må kjøpe en sånn? Ja. Se, med hele den, det bare lite kamera.
Hey. Fine, I'm surprised I made it here, as I only planned it end of last week or something. Just when Brede messaged the group after.
This is the net version.
In Vienna. Otherwise, I was under the impression that this is with the event tomorrow that requires the very expensive ticket. I knew about this, but I thought they're the same.
I don't think that's a very good network connection. That's why I downloaded it.
Are we going in Europe?
Not
Are you
great.
feeling happy?
No. As everything is much more complicated and any kind of improvement I can possibly come up with and draft and even do a little tech demo for, it immediately hits a bureaucratic wall of some kind, or the need to retender the whole project despite me being able to do it with my own team.
All you need to do is bribe somebody.
Not really. All you need
Does
to
it
do
make
is
sense?
put in. The only way I've done it is to just do my own thing and like do it on my own, and then maybe someone from the government takes it up. Like even very simple things. Really, even the simplest thing like generating GTFS for a city, even for Bucharest, I just started doing it in a pirate way on my own, and then someone actually took it up as official.
Do you know what I have the usage data for the rail?
Yeah.
Very few people. Let's say almost no one. So we have the open data for Sofia. I have the rail. You have Bucharest.
I have all of them. Even the rail.
That's even better.
Yeah.
So
you can just go to mobility database for Romania. I put all of them.
How much
there.
they can take.
Okay, let's
But we have prioritized that what they should be aiming at is to be the spearhead into the ferry market. So it's more important to the project that they focus on that, because that's the prime use case for the Finnish market. That is to get to Sweden and to get to add the system as part of the multimodal travel.
I'm personally
at some point in time they might upgrade, because the good thing is that they're actually using open
I'm still ashamed that this is not
so
like an official thing adopted by them. Why do our countries not have a national access point? It's like against the law.
To the Netflix version.
No, we have the URL, but it only shows you a few test data from 2021. And oh, this one, This was made for the roads, so it's actually showing you some parking places along only one highway.
Venture is the motor. That's the one that is driving the whole program. And then
On our end, nothing is happening. No one. Well, I'm the unofficial national access point, but what's the use?
But we got lots of the road authority, right, from Bulgaria.
At the moment,
and then I scraped the rest from
Finland. Hasn't taken
so I have the ferry ports
to use
Really?
Yeah, the boats.
You have created.
I only have the boats for the Danube Delta. Those are the only assets. But the other ones.
The other challenge.
I think I have one more.
Where we can have this open Nordic trip available for all third parties in an equal manner.
I tried going for like, I will only work with the boats that have like kind of a public transportation character to them. So like that's why I did the Danube Delta, there are multiple trips per day and stuff. So like that one is actually...
And that's one of the gaps that we're working on.
Yeah. Yes.
But in principle, they could have just scrapped their own system.
Yeah, I think so. But there's no way to get to it, right? It's not connected with anything else.
That takes some time and it takes energy.
For example, on our side we have the Kalarash to Silistra, but that's also not connected to anything. There's no functional train station next to the port, so you cannot get without the car anyway.
The challenge is they cannot. The reason why Intuit can do it is because they have a complete stack of Netix data below, and they have a good foundation of stop points. That is at a high standard. In Finland, Matkahuolto has spent a lot of effort to integrate to various proprietary APIs. And for that to change, that means that those APIs have to standardize. So that's a challenge that they are having. I would think that from your end, you could actually, from Estonia, if you started by building up, then you would come in the same situation.
Yeah, that's what I see, that we are in the same path.
Yeah.
That we are now, we have all those entities and whatever in place already. So this one is open source data. You can every time connect it to your own system, whichever. And we are creating this kind of one and only platform, which is integrating all of those public transportation ticketing services into one. So it is easy to connect to, and this API will be available for everyone to use. So, and it is also, that's what I'm going to tell them. So basically we are in the same point.
Celebrate, right? You walk bypass it so far.
So people beginning to feel refreshed and ready for the next? No?
The conference is 456. My birthday. Last year I was in Torino. Yeah, but last year I was in Torino, so that's why I'm watching this.
Who's taking the floor?
You're in charge.
Yeah.
I'm in charge. November 17th. November 18th.
We start over and new sort of fresh.
And we start over new fresh, but I'm droning and the stuff I'm supposed to prepare for that meeting.
Are you able to take that on yourself?
Done that my entire life.
So, welcome back. Is it working? Can you hear me? Good. Welcome back, and we'll now go to the next point on the agenda, which is the state of play for aligning cross-border travel planning, booking and payment. So I think we'll be diving into some standard issues, and before long, you'll be working on those issues. So be alert now. And Tuto Tai, the co-chair of NETIC subgroup, you already made a commercial for that, will lead us through the next hour's time. And we will, of course, give you a full hour, so it'll be until 20 past 12.
Great.
Go ahead.
So thank you, Søren, for the introduction. And actually, we will be facilitating this workshop. I will only give you an introduction, so there's no slides. The whole idea is actually for us to actually chat, explore your pain points when it comes to cross-border travel, either for planning or ticketing. We will have post-its. We also have a mural board for the one who are online, and I will be facilitating that. The link to the mural I've just dropped in the chat, and for the one in the room, you can either use the QR code, and if not, I know that Isabel and Breda kind of like stole all the sticky notes from ITS here in the Nordics, so we will have plenty of them. So the whole idea here is, as you have heard from the first part of the introduction, there were a lot of questions about the cost of integrating standards, the cost of not having standardized API, and a little bit of a teaser since Jaakko mentioned it. I did talk about the upcoming work within SEN. So there are two call for experts that have been released, as I said, that will actually inform this, in the sense that we will have a European profile for anything that is fares information as a continuation to the actual passenger information profile and the accessibility profile and the real-time profile for Siri that has just been released 2 weeks ago. And as I said, one for distribution API. So the whole idea is to make sure that this time around, the call for experts and European standardization work actually fit your needs, but also build a stronger bridge with the GTFS world. We want to hear from you. There will be no bad idea, no bad suggestions. Maybe some of them, I cannot promise I can bend the European Commission to your will, but the idea is that I'm going to try my best. Because the whole idea is very much for us to support all travel across Europe and be ready. I think Breda will even be more vocal about that in a little bit later. It is this time not just for the multimodal world, so multimodal urban world that we usually know under MAS and MDMS. This time we're going way further with the European strategy. We're going long distance travel. So you see me coming. We will go head to head against all existing ticketing system for rail that includes fares, planning, scheduling, fleet management, and also distribution. So for that, we need to be ready, and we need to make sure that us as a team working toward cross-border travel and under the MMTIS umbrella, we come together facing the rail sector and their needs to include them. So that was for the entire workshop. So again, as I said, we mostly want to hear from you on where do you stand right now, what's your pain point, and how can we work together in making this better. So we will have two groups in the room. So I guess this part and this part, unless you want to set up things differently, Breda and Isabel. Okay, because yes, and yeah.
Does this link already exist for the, it be sent through email, because mobile phone is a quite lousy device to work with Mural. But, yeah, but this kind of old-fashioned
So the whole idea is for people in the room, so you don't get distracted with your emails and WhatsApp and whatever. We actually have physical post-it, like those, like old-fashioned. Because if not, we know you. We give you a link, and everyone just jump online and watch their emails instead of giving us your brain juice. And obviously, because this is an interactive workshop, feel free to always grab coffee and cinnamon buns. I heard were quite good. Okay. And I'll go the one online so I can give that one back to Soren, I guess, or just mute it. I don't know. Yes.
Okay. So we will do two groups. We're going to have two themes. One of them is going to be around trip planning, challenges, solutions, and the other one around booking and payments. So we're going to let you choose which group you want to participate in, and we're going to do trip planning this half, booking and payments this half.
And just for the practical things, maybe if you guys here could move to the other side of the table and then just move the table close together. And over here, if you could organize around those tables here, yeah, then that would be helpful.
Hello for the one online. Do you hear me well? Great. So
Yes.
all of you are actually, if you want to put on your webcam or anything, please feel free to, and I'll be happy to facilitate our online session. I've dropped in the chat, the mural board, and us online, we will be group 3, but what I will do is also share my screen if I can, so I will walk you through what we're doing together. And we'll let the people here in the room organize themselves.
I think we will want to move that.
Yeah, let's move that like desk
I'll try
behind
to
you,
mute
like,
the mics
connect
on
that.
in the.
Let's take the chairs off.
Okay, so and you should not even have any other noise from the room. Is that correct? Great. So hopefully you should see my screen with the group 3 open theme. Yes. So the main question is, because we're all online and it would be easier for all of us to work on the same theme, which theme would you like to work on? Are you more interested in trip planning, or are you more interested in booking and payment?
I work with both, so it doesn't really matter for me.
Knut Erik, Marco, Kimo, Ara, any idea, any strong opinion?
Either one is fine. Sorry.
Okay, Marco said that trip planning is more interesting for him, so we'll go trip planning for him. So, okay, here. Up, I'll delete. So the whole idea is, as I said, as an introduction, for us to actually take some time to reflect and think about trip planning cross-border, and try and see if we have a joint solution or a wish list that we would like us, collectively, the NEMU project or the NAPCO project, SEN expert, and so on, to work on. So First question that is quite straight. Let me try to do that so you can read it. So, within your regional ticketing system or project, what is your experience when it comes to trip planning? What is the good and the bad? There's, again, as I said, no good answer, no bad answer. So you can either directly grab a post-it, a sticky note here in question 1 and type, or if not, you can also do it directly in the Teams chat or just unmute yourself, and I'll be happy to be the one taking notes for all of us. But the main idea is for us within the group to actually hear from you.
I don't know what people are working with here, but I am working on a journey planner, so I have a few, and cross-border specifically as well. Mostly long distance, but regional is part of it. So I have a few issues relating to like cross-border and different data formats in different countries, if that's of interest. I don't know what other people's perspectives are here. Specifically, integration of services that go across a border between different NAP sources is one of the maybe main ones in the Nordics, because the open data itself is fairly good. Can use the data from all the Nordic countries without any big issues for journey planning. But integration across borders is an issue.
So when you say integration of cross-border services, is it that, for example, a train that goes in between two countries and then the data is not represented the same way?
Yeah, it's different. It's represented differently on either side of the border. Sometimes I can't actually remember about the Nordic countries exactly what is what, but in some cases the service is cut at the border and the schedule doesn't continue in one of the country's sources. And then in another country's source, it might be that the whole train is represented, but it might have an incorrect train number on the other side of the border. Multiple issues.
Great. Does someone in the room have a similar experience or something else that they'd like to put on the mural?
Maybe Marko from ITS Finland. I want to ask if you are planning cross-border trips. Do you have some favorite app or website you are using or tool you are using at the moment? Because I think that difficulty starts even when you are trying to figure out where to start this planning. Do you have any ideas? So far I have used Google and there it is a Google map, but do you have any better ideas for that?
This is what I'm working on. My project is called Rail Finder, so you can try us out.
Stefan, you said Gray Finder?
Rail Finder.
Like
no,
this?
Just rail. No, rail. Just like
rail,
that.
sorry.
Like the trains go on.
Like that?
Yes. Are there any other modes included than rails?
Ferries to some extent, but we're working on it. Regional buses will be included in the future, but not now.
Okay. So it's coming.
Yeah, we're working on it. You also have DB Navigator from Deutsche Bahn, which is fairly good. We use the same data source for the most part, but we have some extra comfort criteria that we use for finding longer journeys, so you actually get to sleep during the night, etc.
And is it going to be kind of a planning tool or planning app, or are you going to include also ticketing and payments for that?
Ticketing as well. We already have Sweden and kind of Central West Europe. We're working on more.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
maybe you will have some cooperation with Matkahuolto. They are doing similar issues here in Finland.
Yeah, I wanted. So, do you work at Matkahuolto?
No, I'm just Finland, but there is this Johanna Taskinen at the moment in the physically present there in Oslo, so maybe you can have a discussion.
I should reach out to them. I should reach out to them after.
Okay, cool.
Where are you based out of with the Rail Finder app?
Sweden. I am in northern Sweden specifically, but Sweden.
Do you integrate with N2 at all?
Yeah. Well, we have the contract, but we're working on the integration.
Oh, cool. And how large is your group?
Our company?
Yeah.
We are 3 permanent team members and a bunch of consultants for the time being. we don't have much sales yet, so we need to grow first.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah.
And okay. And you work regularly with Samtrafiken or?
Yeah, they're pretty busy, so we're trying to reach out to them as much as we can, but they're busy. So maybe you have better contacts than we do.
Maybe someone at Enter, possibly. Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah. I don't want to take over this session completely, so if you have other issues, please bring them up so I don't just
also some good things. So it's good because part of the good things that already exist for trip planning, I have your solution, Rail Finder and DB Navigator, or any good experience that some of you might have had.
Using these tools? Or
yeah. Or anything that's cross-border planning you actually tried. It could be in another country, in another context, and you thought it worked very well, and it could be a source of inspiration for our work, for example, within NEMU.
I mean, I think the Nordics is the best kind of best progress we have in Europe after working with everything across Europe. I mean, if you look at the other countries in Europe, you basically don't even have proper NAP data in a lot of places. It's basically the DACH region and Benelux region and the Nordics that have good open data. Yeah.
I like this idea to kind of have discussion about this Rail Finder because it's kind of concrete challenges you have there. And I think that this is one of the main issues, how we can have kind of private companies developing this kind of services. It takes quite a lot of resources, effort, and quite many challenges in each country and almost in each city. So I just made some posting to chat. There is this Finnish Perille mobility services. Maybe you can take a look of them also. That is also quite small Finnish private company that has kind of integrated all Finnish mobility services, both public and private, and now they are working also cross-border. But I think that if we can kind of see those challenges you have when you are trying to build up a new services, this Rail Finder, maybe those are exact questions that we should solve in Nordic level and also this cross-border level.
Yeah. What cross-border services do they integrate?
Actually, I'm not sure what kind of services they have cross-border. Now I know that they have quite good coverage here in Finland, but I haven't used the services cross-border.
Yeah.
Only in
they have
domestic
Haparanda,
trips.
and they have the ferry ports in Stockholm. Yeah, okay, so maybe that's it. Yeah. No, but I agree. I find it a little bit interesting to find the right sweet spot in terms of working on just the data standard specifically, which my perception of the NEMU project seems to be that it's a lot focused on the standards themselves and developing good standards, which is more kind of theoretical work, almost academic work sometimes, which is needed, and I totally respect it. But then on the other hand, we need to be a lot more pragmatic when we're doing a commercial project. So we cannot say that everyone should implement the latest NetX standard, because they will do that in 10 years and we will be bankrupt by then. So we will just have to deal with whatever GTFS source is available or whatever it might be. And we just have to adapt and maybe have like the smallest possible change to it so that it works for our use case. So I don't know what the sweet spot is in terms of the NEMU project right now of kind of the academic of specifying a standard versus the more pragmatic of whatever works. One of those topics is I don't care much about different commercial APIs like booking APIs. I think that the future for resellers, especially when long distance is involved, the future is that you will use online APIs regardless, because the ticketing, like the tariffs, are too complicated for a reseller to implement from different sources anyway. So you just have an online API. It's not that much extra work to book via a different technical standard in terms of the actual booking. What I think we should focus on having open and known standards for is the timetable data and real-time data, any kind of data that you would need to use. That's where I think we should focus on the open standards. And even in that case, NetX is a very heavy format to work with, so it's actually not very practical if you only need the simpler things that GTFS supports. And for example, for ferries, basically the main thing that is missing is in GTFS is the check-in times. So if there was just an extension to GTFS for check-in times, then it would be totally fine for ferries to use GTFS with that extension. So sorry about a little bit here and there, but this is kind of where the struggles that we are working around. So please help me to narrow down where we should talk about here.
Actually, thank you for this explanation, because it gave quite good overall picture what kind of issues you have to kind of work with. And maybe one question that after you have kind of managed to solve all those kind of technical issues with planning and ticketing and payment and so on, it leaves one more question, how to make money out of that. So what is the business model? So is it good business to sell other organizations tickets, or should there be some kind of commission, or what is the kind of added value? Are those customers ready to pay something extra than those tickets? And have you had, of course, when you are developing this kind of, you have had some kind of discussion also about how to make money out of this?
Yeah, of course. It's generally speaking, no, it's not good business. We have chosen a segment of the market where the current solutions fall very short, which is kind of the 24-hour trip by train, and hopefully people are willing to pay the booking fee that we charge. So that's our business model, is basically the booking fee. And there are commissions, but they are so low that they barely cover the payment transaction costs. So I don't know. If I'm thinking of long term, what we as Europeans should want, I think that there are certain segments of the market or niche use cases that deserve kind of their own booking platform. I could see, many different specialized booking platforms for different use cases, and I think that we kind of need that to accommodate sustainable travel for everyone. So that's kind of my general sales pitch. I'm not saying this for our own sake. I'm saying there should be 100 more of us, but specialized in different areas, and all of them should be able to work commercially. And some of them are not going to be able to charge a booking fee because it might be like a local trip that you do often or whatever. So it needs to come out of commission. But this is something that's being worked on in Brussels in terms of regulating the commercial terms as well, which is a separate legislation from the open data legislations. There's 3 or 4 different legislative packages being worked on at the same time. One of them is the commercial terms. Some countries have, I think UK, they're not in the EU anymore, but the UK, they have fixed commissions for resellers, which is one way to go for sure. The way that EU is going right now seems to be that the operators need to give fair and equal terms to every third party, including other railways. So in terms of the railways, then that would mean that they cannot pay higher commissions between, for example, SNCF and DB cannot pay higher commissions between the two of them than they do to other third-party retailers, which will probably help. But for regional transport, there's basically never a commission. So this for a third-party reseller. So that would be probably needed in need of some legislation to work.
Yes, so maybe a couple of reflections. First, there is very good picture by Janne that is made by Sitra. I think it's a Finnish kind of.
It's actually my picture, but I'm
okay.
Presenting it on Thursday in a Sitra seminar. So there's the Sitra logo.
Okay, that's actually very good picture, and gives overview what kind of opportunities there are. Would you like to collaborate that a bit?
Yeah, well, this is basically just kind of the data sharing bit and what are the typical challenges. So kind of ultimately it's about kind of, is there more value than the cost of using the data? And in many cases, it's a product market fit challenge. And then it's a matter of how do we reduce the cost of sharing? How do we make it easier to share the data? How do we make the cost of utilizing the data lower? How do we make it easier? And how do we remove any kind of barriers of doing this one? And I tried to simplify, and this is highly simplified picture, but try to make a single picture. What are the typical challenges? And of course, in many cases, the business model is, and if there are more than 2 parties, how do you create the value and how do you share the value in a fair manner is the typical problem.
Okay, and when we are talking about this Nordic level interoperable public transportation, or then maybe we should have some kind of discussion if this should be kind of privately operated market or publicly. So the cases are a bit different if we are just trying to kind of connect our national public transport services, or are we going to trust that private companies are doing business with this one? I don't have at the time. I used to have quite clear opinion about that, but when I have seen the difficulties to make money in this field, so I'm not sure anymore.
Yeah, I mean, depends on what part of the market you're talking about. I think the operators, they don't see it as their primary objective to open up to third-party resellers in a lot of cases. It's not part of what they see as important for themselves. But it might be important for, I would argue, for society at large, that all public transport is possible for resellers to sell and do not only sell, but also the data itself and use the open data. But the problem, I think, is that most operators, they don't see that as part of kind of the core of their operations. So I think just letting things like handle itself is not working, as we can see currently, right? So there's some kind of legislation needed, but the question is where. But it is also being worked on, right? So in Brussels, we can definitely relate to this kind of equation in terms of cost of acquiring the data versus the potential profit that you can get from it. We do not use the open data right now for our service. We pay UIC for the railways timetable database, which has a license fee, because the open data is not good enough across Europe. So that also makes this equation even worse for us, actually, in this case, because it's not only the work of integrating the data, but it's also the license fee for accessing the timetable of the railways, basically, which includes not local traffic transport, but mostly regional traffic and up.
So I've been listening to all of your input and trying to take notes. In the mural, there's one thing that actually struck me. All of you did not mention real-time data. So is it because none of your solutions, none of your platform, or none of your trip planning is actually relying on real-time data, or is it because you think it's less important for cross-border travel?
I think it's as important, but we haven't worked with it yet. That's my short answer.
And Marco, Jana, Knut, Eric, do you have any input on real-time data?
Yes, maybe I didn't mention it because I think that nowadays, if you are really trying to do services that are resilient and also you just have to, in some points, have this kind of real-time data included. Maybe not in planning phase, but when you are on that trip, you just need to have also kind of real-time information if there will be some changes, and quite often there are some changes when you are traveling cross-border.
Any other perspective on that one? If not, we'll move on to the second part of this workshop, which is, so now that we have kind of like chatted about everything that existed, the good and the bad and the challenges that we have experienced, what kind of solution are you looking for? Is it like, I don't know, it can be anything. It can be a tooling, it could be, I don't know, guidelines or anything else. Like if you had this magic wand that would solve your issues creating cross-border trip planning solutions or platform, what would it look like? Except for I heard better open data. So that is okay. I've heard that one a lot from you, Stefan, so I'll write it already.
I have one specific proposal, actually. The UIC data that we use, that we pay a license fee for, the main value of that is the integration work that they do for cross-border services. That is the main kind of value proposition of this data, along with the fact that it is actually certified kind of by the operators, of course. I think that there needs to be an equivalent on the open data for how to integrate cross-border. So this could be something that the NAP organizations work on, a set of rules and agreements on what happens at the border so that the data is easier to integrate across the border. There's like ground rules and exceptions in the UIC data, and one of the ground rules is that you always include a virtual border point, which is at the border. And then if both countries provide that virtual stop point at the border, then as an integration party, you can look at that and say that this service on one side of the border actually goes together with the service on the other side of the border. And then you need to have kind of that mapping of services on one side maps to services on the other, and here are the numbers and how they link together. So this is something that the NAP organizations could work on, maybe through NAP Core, maybe otherwise, I don't know. But this is one specific thing for cross-border specifically that could be better with the open data.
But then would that mean that this cross-border point and the mapping should be done within the NAP, or is it like the national access point force the operators to implement it, so then when you consume the data, you can actually use that point?
For me, it would be like a good first step to make it possible for someone else to do it. Like if the data was just ready for this type of integration. If you're gonna actually aggregate and integrate the data and then republish it in integrated form, that is of course a separate project entirely. That could also be done, I don't know, by NAPCOR or some other collaboration organization in theory, but it would be fine if it is not, the actual integration is not done, but at least the data is meant to be integrated at the border crossing.
Great. Any other things you wanted to add to the wish list? It's open to anything.
Yes. Maybe from Marco. I have 3 wishes. First includes actually 2 different ones. So that we have standardized data and interfaces. That is number 1. And then that we in Nordic level, and then common commercial terms, including commissions, and 3 kind of easy plug and play interoperability tool that you can trust that if I just plug to that system and I get all the data and interfaces, kind of like you say, wishes, I mean kind of like simsalabim, now it works. Easy plug and play, and you know that you don't have to negotiate commercial commissions and so on with every city and every mode and operator, but there is kind of common commercial, kind of minimum terms of commissions.
Interesting. So very much saying that, for example, if you want to integrate, let's say, a scooter operator, this is the fee to integrate, and that's it for everyone, all the resellers.
Exactly.
Okay.
There usually isn't a fee to integrate with most ticketing APIs currently, like for the retailer. The problem is the lack of the commission, just for our context. I don't know about Finland. Are there fees being charged to?
No, it's exactly the same as you said.
Yeah.
There are some cities that are paying commission when you integrate their services, but at the same time, there are quite many who doesn't pay.
Yeah, exactly. In Sweden, it's only SJ that gives any kind of commission or equivalent.
But at the same time, it's good to remember that commission are quite modest. I think that usually in Finland it's about 4% commission about sales, so that is not enough for you to kind of have good business out of that. So there are some models that you kind of collect data and there are some value selling that data and so on. Unless you will get a kind of such a strong position in the market that you can do like Uber that takes 25% of every trip they are kind of so, but there is that is another story kind of.
And so this pricing for integration, it links a little bit, I think, with Jana, your slide earlier on the challenges for data sharing and the actual cost for it. So from your perspective, since you suggested great challenges, what could be a good solution or things that could be worked on collectively to solve that problem?
There are a number of things. So first of all, standardization in general, both on the data model level as well as the API level. So having kind of, for example, European Union-wide standards for booking and payment. Once there are standards, most probably products emerge. So you can buy it off the shelf with a lower cost than building it yourself. I'm a high believer in open source and joint development. Like if you look at what we have done around Open Trip Planner, could we do something even more around payments and bookings and whatnot, and thus share the cost? And of course, the more skillful the people you are, the more there are trust based on not just kind of people trusting each other, but having, for example, playbooks or agreements in place which reduce the risk. When risk is reduced, also the costs related to risk are reduced. So in general, it's a number of small things that you need to do to hopefully make it happen.
One very specific risk is that there is no obligation on operators to offer their services to a third party. So when you start, like we did, start from scratch, it needs to be part of the plan that you might get a no from the operators in the end, right? You build this whole system, but then when you want to sign on as a reseller, then they just say, no, you can't. No, thank you. And then you don't have a business. So to reduce that risk specifically, you need to have an obligation on the operator to sell to third parties.
And that's exactly what happened, for example, in HSL in Helsinki when Maas Global or WIM appeared. Rightfully so, HSL said, this is not new. We are not selling any more tickets. This is just kind of change of channel. So it's more cost to us, but no new tickets being sold. So I fully understand HSL when they said that doesn't make any sense to us. So you basically have to convince that the users get better service. Ideally, you get more business, and ideally you even reduce the cost, and all of these simultaneously, please. So then you might get the buy-in.
Yeah. Yeah, but then the problem is that you need to, in some cases, with larger organizations, they don't even see this as part of their focus. Like you as a reseller might offer some kind of segment of the market that they don't structurally know or care about. So then you might have a good point. I will help people who have this certain set of needs, and you will actually, but you won't be prioritized from the larger organization. So yeah.
Exactly, and especially if it's a kind of public organization, they said, yeah, I would love to help you, but this is not in my mandate.
Yeah.
So then you have to think about how can you overcome this, and probably you need to go kind of into the very top of the organization, try to convince them that this makes sense. And in many cases, the value is not kind of unfortunately, it's not shared kind of equally, and it's not symmetric. So somebody has to do a lot of work so that somebody else gets the value. So it's not very rewarding.
Indeed. So we have a couple of minutes left to actually try and work out on the prioritization of the solutions that we have just mentioned. So what would be for you the top, let's say, 5 priorities that NEMU or NAPCO or any cooperation project should focus on?
It's a quite good question. I can easily name what are the biggest problems, but I'm not sure if NEMU can solve those. So by far the biggest problem is how do you incentivize different parties that this will happen? Kind of technology can be solved, but if there's no proper working business model, this won't fly.
So prioritization number 1, business model for all parties.
Business model or incentives, whatever you call it, but basically kind of it needs to make sense to everybody.
Okay, I like that.
Or put in legislation, I guess.
Or the stick. Yeah. Okay, if you don't have the carrot, then you have the stick, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, of course, the second part is kind of going, how do you reduce the cost of operating this kind of stuff? So it's standards, it's training, it's making things as easy as possible in number of ways, so that cost of data sharing, cost of doing this stuff the cost of it is minimal and the value is huge. Easier said than done, but kind of that's the goal.
I like that. And actually, I do think that the number 3 you said of reducing the cost can be a little bit more easily achieved than the stick with the legal framework, or at least within the NEMU project or the NAPCO project, because we can inform legislation, but we're not doing the legislation.
And maybe the first question I asked is what is the service or app where you can have this cross-border trip planning and ticketing system? I don't know if there is any or there are any at the moment, and that is something that what is the best if I want to go to that webinar meeting you are having now there in Oslo, and I want to plan my trip and so I can ticket from start to to that event location. What should I use?
Yes. So I like that. And I have put it up in front, Marco, as number 1 priority, because it will be very easy for us, or easy, let's say, if all of us within the project and NAPCO and so on come up with a list of existing solutions and we give them more visibility, and we also state which one are open source and could be reused, then it will benefit to everyone who has built a solution.
Yeah, but another thing is kind of, I'm not to be honest, I'm not 100% sure if the market for cross-border travel in the Nordics is so big that we need to kind of, it should be in the Nordics, it should be kind of priority. However, there are plenty of market where it is a big business, and we could use Nordics as a kind of test bed to showcase that, yeah, this is possible and we have the perfect solution and we can sell it to you. But
yes, that is very good idea. I like the thinking.
Yeah, but we have to be careful that kind of in the Nordics, is this problem worth solving? Maybe, but it's even more lucrative in other markets like in Central Europe.
I think any solutions, I mean, what we're working towards is solving all of Europe in the end, right? We're focusing on Nordics plus Central Europe, more or less right now, but whatever we build should scale to the rest of Europe as well. We already have timetables for everything.
I like that.
Yes, I agree with Janne that markets are better in Middle and South Europe, but maybe at the moment there isn't too much interfaces data available in those regions. So I think that we could in kind of be forerunners testing and piloting those here in Nordic and then sell that solutions to other markets.
I think from a bit to Janne's point that I think that the NEMU project should focus probably on making it easier for the operators to offer the data and offer the integration. And then there are already third parties like we, but there are also others who would connect if it was simpler, right? Including local transport. I'm pretty sure that if this was available from more operators and more standardized terms, then more retailers would connect. So I think the focus should be to make it easier for, like Janne, like you were saying, make it easier for the operators to actually open up this data, whatever it might be. Maybe the NEMU project should build tooling that the operators can use to publish timetables or open up their sales to third parties via some kind of, I don't know, resale solution that they could just implement. I don't know how it would actually look. I don't know what the problems for operators are. I know in Sweden we have one common system, which is actually fairly good, and it's the same in Norway. Is that what you're also working towards in Finland? And then maybe you have 3 APIs and you could, I don't know, be a long way. The commercial terms, maybe the piece missing.
I like that. So then as a wrap up for our group, based on all our discussions, then I summarized that our 5 priorities that we would like to see the NEMU project to tackle on is first, to list all existing solutions and give them more visibility when it comes to cross-border trip planning. Second, and it's what you've just said, Stefan, make sure that we reduce the cost of these data-related operation, publishing the data for operators mostly. So is it better training on standards or more tooling and so on to be discussed, but making sure that it is seen as easier for operators to share the data. And then I like what Marco said. And number 3, make sure that we extend the business case further than the Nordics for cross-border travel in parts of Europe where it could be more lucrative for all commercial parties, such as in Central Europe. That links to number 4. Make sure that those business model and incentives for all parties to share data and take part into cross-border data sharing is better highlighted for everyone to feel that they will gain something for joining. And last, inform future legal obligation or the stick part of what we've just said. Would that be a good summary of our conversations, gentlemen? Yes, all good. Then on our side, we're ready to do the wrap-up, Soren, for the group online. So if you could call the other ones. Yes. Yeah. I'll mute myself now so you can hear Soren.
Thanks for a good conversation, Jan and Marco, and Tufo.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Should we now hear Søren talking or maybe after a while? Janne, menikö Kimmo tonne paikan päälle?
Mun mielestä Jaakko kanssa.
Joo, Jaakko mä näinkin, mutta Kimmo mä en ole nähnyt vielä ruudussa.
Joo, se on ehkä nakkisuojassa jossain.
Se ei ole kyllä sellainen, joka yleensä hakeutuu nakkisuojaan.
No ei ole kyllä.
Okay, so sorry. So we have to go for lunch now. So we'll do the wrap up after lunch. If not, I guess there will be some mishap. So what time should I tell the people online to reconvene?
Can we do it at 1?
So in 1 hour.
45 minutes.
45 minutes.
1.
Yeah, in Finland as well.
We are only allowed to 30 minutes break
So 45
within
minutes,
our
right?
phase. So if I take 45, then I need to give back some of my salary.
So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so lunch now and lunch until 1 p.m. and we'll start with the wrap up so the 3 groups can exercise a little bit on their methods to get it short and precise. Enjoy your lunch, both virtually and here in Oslo. See you at 1 p.m. Standard European Winter Time.
Thank you, Søren.
Joona was asking from the HSO and asking that could they also participate? They are like around the city now, and this is open.
Don't they have any other program today?
Probably not, because they are seeing the places at home.
Oh dear! Because when I saw them and
They are probably ski jumping at home.
today, but then but no, you have to come here and work.
Yeah. I invited them. Where is our lunch? What direction? That direction.
I might say muutaman pykälän sanan organisaatiosta. Yksi monopolit on huonoja.
Niin. Mutta täytyy ottaa kato matkailun kannalta.
Infrastruktuuri jees, mutta sitten pientä sellaista. Ei se välttämättä nyt niin mahdollista.
Mikä? Joo, mutta onko se ollut kiinnostavaa?
Siis se on mielenkiintoista. Mä oon aivan niin fiiliksissä tästä. On muovita, että tämä tuntunissa pelkästään vähän nyt kaikesta mitään tuntuu. Eihän me ole koskaan nähty tällä lailla. Miksi se tehdään? Siis matkahuolto. Niin, mutta sitten me yritetään, niin voi olla, että se on vähän niin kuin juna meni jo, mutta ainakin.
No, mutta
oikeesti.
Dere gjør det landplass. Ja, et annet sted. Nå er jeg litt usikker på hvor det er ledig, men jeg ser at det står bare en stol her, så kanskje vi kan få ordnet det litt plass der.
Smuglefare.
Ja. Enda en mening? Ja. Pleier du å ta sånn som man alltid? Nei, jeg pleier å la det helt bli. Jeg visste ikke at det var store muligheter her.
en ny kaffekopp også. Nemlig. Det var jo bra. Ja, det går da meget godt. Det er jo ikke fordi, at det er nogenlunde det samme, vi snakker om for nogen.
Hvordan er det nå etterpå? Jamen, jeg kender ikke din, om du havde en form for gruppering. Havde du en form for gruppering af den? Ja. Ja. Hvordan er det nå etterpå? Så skal vi jo have sammen dem sammen. Ja.
Well, I'm sure you can borrow anyone's else.
Yeah, I have a very special charger.
It's not a USB-C?
Yeah.
Is it that?
Yeah.
Yes, so I can lend it to you. Mine is full on.
I can borrow it for a while and I can get it back. Ska vi fortsätta att ha bordet sån eller ska vi...
Jeg tænker, vi fortsætter at have bordene sådan, fordi vi kommer til at arbejde med mere gruppearbejde.
Ja.
Det kan være lidt anderledes, men det får vi se. Jeg startede med en oplæg, og så skal vi i grupper og men spørgsmålet er, om vi skal have ansat 4 grupper. Så det er Nordic ellers så er vi
Thank you.
Kjell-Erik.
Jag heter... Det är topptrevligt.
Ja, det är lite bra.
Ja, var det hårt och tragiskt?
Ja.
Jo, men det fick en poäng.
Jo, men det handlar bara om en poäng.
Nej. Ja. Statliga myndigheter. De har 6 och men det är ju oftast det är ju tryggheten
Gästfrihet blir just det.
Ja, det är
Ja, det var någon berättande. Ja, jag skulle få det. Ja. Man kan ju knappast googla på det. Fråga chatten. Ja, precis.
There was a toilet somewhere.
Ja, precis.
Der kommer nye grupper. Der kommer nye grupper, så I sætter bare et sted. Ja.
I think the as mine is going as well and the glass is going as well.
Okay. Yeah, that's probably better.
What I do? Do you have one from Norway as well? Yeah, I'm listening to that. För att de tittar på probably but of course we don't have our own vehicles and that. We don't do any physical. So I have my inspected some if I get a list of one expect I can finance it through my
Saako se vielä?
Ja. Ja.
My name here and
So we'll start in 2 minutes. Ja, maybe. Skal du bruge den her, når du skal summere? Okay. Brede, skal du også bruge den der? Skal du bruge den også? Oh, okay, you're putting it in right now. Okay, and welcome back from lunch. And I don't know if somebody is on digital can confirm that people are beginning to come back with full stomachs and ready for the afternoon. So first we have a little wrap up from our first workshop. So which one should we start with?
Our summary is the pre-work of finding the...
I'm just going to put you up there because of the camera. Sorry.
The camera is not. Yeah. We grouped our findings in good and bads with some standards things, some functions that the app user is seeing in different apps. Different plus and minus with the standards, how it works today. Then a user perspective. And then we have the legislation issues. And we choose to work with the legislation questions. Improvising. Yeah. And our solutions here is there is a cost to implement and to sell tickets, which will need to be sold in a way, like MDMS, as we mentioned earlier today. And we need also to secure that different companies can build their systems and work together. Define the role between a public transport operator agency that is mostly funded by public money and private operators, which doesn't have that luxury. We have MMTs since 2017, and we are still struggling where we are today. So what has gone wrong? What have I done there? Lack of easy documentation. So it's too many variations of what have been implemented today. It has been a lack of funding to implement it, except maybe here in Norway. Lack of unique standard profile, so we have done things differently. So ended up in 2035 with NetX data in many countries that is not super possible to import into the same system. Something that maybe is good is that the new Finnish legislation that Jaakko mentioned earlier today has a sanction part in it. So if you are in Finland and not doing what I'm talking about, Jaakko can, Jaakko can send him a fine.
Luckily, I am not the sanction authority. That's a different unit.
Yeah. But you know some people.
I don't like to be policeman. My father was one.
Yeah. And I can continue talking in Europe, and you can send the Finnish colleagues some fees. We need that in the rest of Europe as well. And the last one here is we need to use open standards. So CEN, CENELEC, which is the home of the transport-based standards, they actually want the standards to be free and openly available. Today they are behind a paid wall, so they have their say. So everyone in Europe or outside as well can write some words to them and say that I am in favor of open standards for free. Please do this, some arguments, and it will help. We need guides, better guides. So that's, Einar mentioned earlier today. So that's also something that we work with in the NetX CEN working group that is Tuto is leading, to build new guides so it makes it easier to develop and use and understand what we're talking about. The same with documentation, and we need also some open source. And we need a new workshop because we ended up with, we need a long-term roadmap. So I'm looking forward to the next step.
Good. Questions? Any questions to Brede? You had too much lunch? Next. Oops. You'll both be talking.
It works. It was funny to see how this workshop is exactly what Brede always says in his slides. Hope you didn't influence anything.
Manipulation.
Yeah, I'll start a bit, and I think it could be summed up. It was very hard to talk about timetable in journey planning because all the problems seem to be in ticketing. Most people can find a timetable, but it's very hard to find the ticketing. So the sort of, I wrote here, when it works, everything is very smooth and it works really well, but suddenly it doesn't, right? A problem is with the uniformity of the data. So, for example, the national access points are a bit different. And the national access points tend to, you get told where the data is, but the NAP doesn't really tell the providers what it should look like, so it's always different. I have a hunch that ticketing seems to be the problem, but it might also be caused by this problem from the bottom up, that the timetable data isn't solid enough, so that it becomes difficult to make the ticketing and becomes difficult for people to implement good ticketing solutions.
And so when it comes to solutions, one of the things we talked about was to make the national access points useful, functional, and not just a platform to comply to the regulation. And so you talked about how ensure the PTOs and PTAs in Norway are using the data that they are publishing themselves to make them their own apps. So we have this loop of they're not just publishing somewhere obscure, they are using the Ensure platform. So we talked about making the NAPs functional. We talked about giving incentives to the PTAs and PTOs to publish good quality data. And one of the ways to encourage the trip planners, especially Google, that is used, but commonly doesn't have the best implementation. So you end up having agencies that make the efforts, but then Google doesn't. We also talked about promoting how to do things right, so show off, ensure more and more. And we talked about doing some, having some common data validation tooling, common standards, of course. And maybe having the NAPs or international platforms like the mobility database do some harmonization of duplicates. That's pretty much it. Any questions? We also have a beautiful drawing of what the end goal should look like.
It shows the national access points. Every piece of the puzzle is built in the same way. They all fit together. That's how it should be.
Made of the same material.
Yeah, not like everything is made from random stuff.
All made by the same material, napkins.
Yes. This is for sale, by the way, so...
To the highest bidder. In the future, we'll show that this was where it started. Yeah. What about the remote people? What do you learn?
On behalf of the remote people, we kind of like agreed with the participants remotely that first group and second group would probably come up with very high level solutions that are going to change the world if they work. But remotely, I had the chance to have a lot of people who are actually business owners or pushing for their own solutions and their own ticketing platforms and so on. And they were like, okay, but us, we're very small companies, we're startups. So we need the NEMU project and all the NAPCOs and so on projects to be more to the ground with what we need. So we have listed 5 priorities. First is, could collectively we can come up with a kind of like registry or store or collection of everything that exists out there that support cross-border travel, going from existing ticketing platform, existing trip planning apps, either commercial or open source, but we could start building kind of like almost a repository. I know that it teases a little bit what NAPCO is trying to do with the web store or app store of standards and data sharing. So that was needed to make sure that everyone gets the same visibility for what they do and we stop reinventing the wheel. The second priority was very much if all of these projects could actually create toolings, training, guides that would support reducing the cost of data sharing and integrating data sharing for operators, because today there are the hurdles, and even if you try to put together a trip planning app for cross-border travels in trains and ferries, you still have the problem that you have to negotiate with every single operator all the time and kind of like always say the same thing, and you're burning a lot of resources doing that, even before talking about what does the data look like. Third priority that they would very much to see is within the NEMU project, a lot of things have been talked about cross-border travel, but what is the business model? What is the business case if tomorrow I start my ticketing system for cross-border? Do I get commission from the operators? Do I pay my team based on commission fees? Or could we agree within certain areas to actually have a flat commission, a flat rate, a flat incentive for people to build that, but also extend that business case across the Nordics. So for example, Central Europe or other parts of Europe where maybe there is a more lucrative business model because nothing exists yet, or there is not a national operator that is preempting the whole business. And then it led to the discussion that based on that, if all the business model for data sharing does not work and we don't get very tooling to reduce the cost for data sharing, then we will have to go with the stick, which is inform the 2 other groups working on more legal questions and so on. So that was from the team remote. If you're still online and I missed a point from our discussion, please unmute yourself.
Okay, I think that was the summaries. Any questions here from on that? Hope it was useful for you guys. Definitely all the input will go into the stomach of the NEMU project, and we will digest it in a good way, and hopefully make that part of our reporting and maybe also groundwork for the next projects. So I think with that, I would like to thank you the group for making this session, and keep on the good work in standardization. I think we can all agree that it's definitely needed. Okay, moving on. If this one would like to work, it would not. Open. You can click. Think. Yeah. Whoops. So we have 2 workshops to go, and then a panel discussion, so that you know how your afternoon will go. The first thing is that we will try to look into what impact cross-border ticketing or the roaming like home thing will have on the local PTAs. The other thing, the next thing is looking further out, look into the Baltics, look into how can we expand the reach using the principle. Is it easy? Is it difficult? Is it doable? Is it viable? And figure out, if not, what's the problem? Again, we're looking for input for our next projects. So if you didn't already know it, that's why you're here. If you had any other motivations, keep them to yourself. This is what I want. So the idea here is now that you should think that anyone visiting Norway can use their home app. If I'm from Denmark, I could use my Rejsekort and Rejseplan app, and the prepaid one. We're not going into pay-as-you-go. That'll be a little bit more complex. But the prepaid ticketing app, we know how to use it at home. So I should be able to go out here at the stop and take a tram and pay that in Danish kroner. And I know when the tram will come. Also know how much delay it has, if it has that, because I have that information.
Maybe it is scope of this NEMU project, but why think only international between Norway, Sweden and Denmark? Why not roaming inside Norway, for example? If I have a Swiss app, why should I not use that in Oslo? It's the same problem.
That is something I'll leave to the Norwegians. Because I don't want to get into difficulties. I just want to keep, I like to be up in the cloud. It's exactly the same problem. I mean, cross-border does not necessarily mean cross-national border. It can also be cross-regional borders. So that's basically just a matter of what is the reach of the Skys app. How much can it see the Norwegian, the whole, what you're having in N-Tour? Can it see that? Can it make use of it? And can they get the agreement to find a solution? And that is the biggest thing, is to find the commercial agreement and make that work. But in Denmark, it works. No PTAs today have their own ticketing app in Denmark. It's all in one. Because they've realized it was the same app that they were developing.
And because the national one came first.
No, not for the prepaid. Oh. For the prepaid has until last year been 6 apps plus the railway, the national railways. But the last period, it has, for most of the PTAs, been the same app with different skins. So instead of that, we now have the situation that I can go anywhere in Denmark, both prepaid and pay-as-you-go on a smartphone. And I just want to be able to do the same in Norway. So that means that I don't need to download the N2 app, I don't need to download the Router app or the Skys app, I just travel. There's a lot of complexity involved, but why should it be the consumer that has the complexity? As it is now, I'm the one who will have to know all the details on how to operate a Router app and operate a Skys app, where to get it, get my payment details in and whatnot. It is so much waste of time. So now the vision here is that now we've done it. So what will happen to a PTA? What will a PTA see when this happens? Will they all see it? What will be the impact for the PTA? That's what I'm asking you. So Norway has around 5 million visitors a year. They all have the opportunity to use public transport in Norway. I don't know how many are doing it today, but one of the questions could be, will more use public transport when they know how to use it from home? Allo Reto. Or will it be the same? Or would it mean that fewer will be using public transport? I'm like Brede. You can hear on what I'm saying where I want to go. So is the message understood? That I want you to put you in the seat of a local PTA, maybe the PTA in your area where you're coming from, and see what impact would it be if somebody from outside already know how to get a ticket to the bus, to the tram, both locally, but also both coming in from remote, and then, oh, next day, I'm just taking the tram down here, like that. So to do that, we need you to, you have to get on it again. 5 minutes post-it individual brainstorm what comes to your mind. Then share it with your group. And both identify benefits and challenges for the PTA. And then the benefits, that's always good. We like benefits. But the challenges, what are the challenges? And if you have time, also discuss how can we remedy those challenges? How can we fix them so that it does not become a stopping block for PTA to kind of embrace this new opportunity, if it is an opportunity? Or if it's a threat, why is it a threat? Okay. So and we're going old school, so it will be like this, and you will get a flip chart on your desk, and we will be how many groups? 3 groups. 3 on-site groups and 1 digital group, and who will moderate the digital group? I think Hannah is
outside for a while.
Okay, sure. So she's not coming back. Then somebody else has to go.
I can move.
Hannah is dealing with the online folks, but it's the same exercise for everybody. So we will have four different answers, or maybe 4 look-alike answers. So let us hear the groups, and the groups, we can call it group what?
Group 1.
Yeah.
That's James and Hannah. She's not in that group anymore. Einar, Nina, Gretel, Samuel, Håkan, Tuto, Marit, Sarah. That's group 1.
And group 1, up with the hand. Just see who. Okay, it seems like group 1 is sitting down there because there are most people down there that already sits there. So group 1 is there, and then group 2.
Group 2 is Søren.
Yeah.
Søren, where are you? And Jakob, Ivar, Hege, Florencia, Reto, Isabella, Lily, Julai, Brede.
And up with the hands. Where are you guys? They'll be over here. Yeah, we'll have to make another table. They'll be over here. So group 2 is over here. And then we have group 3. That must be the rest.
Yes, I can say the names.
Yeah.
Somebody's missing the hand. Madis, Kimmo, Kjell-Erik, Siri, Inger, Claudio, Johanna, Johan, Manuela, and Janni isn't here anymore. Yeah.
So that's group 3, and group 3 is over here. So make you move. Hi, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Yeah, good that you have time to be here.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Just right on time
Yeah.
to contribute.
I think you are over there.
No, I'm 2.
You too. Okay.
Are you alone, Marco? The only one left?
I'm okay. I just listen to you and learn new things.
Yeah, okay. So if you're the only one left digitally, so I guess you have the privilege to just listen in.
Yes, I will do
Need
that,
some more?
and I will participate if there is some discussion afterwards.
Yeah. Okay.
Is it? I thought it was both.
But I put Claudio first. It's easier to pronounce.
So normally.
Need some more pens? Yeah, there's a coat hanger over there.
Alex har likat Marco da, men snakket med Marco og så sier han at det går fint ut.
I wish I was at home.
Cross-border travel challenges in Switzerland. Yeah.
Is this the one that can kind of lead through this group? Just to make sure that it's not for so you 5 minutes.
Everybody takes a few post-its, and we're sharing data practices on the region, on the countries, and usually we do one idea per post-it.
That's a great thing.
Enhancing as well. The trams are owned by
Post-it, that's also what I call.
Yeah, but I know. But are we talking about only prepaid or both?
Prepaid.
Only prepaid.
We only talk about prepaid because otherwise it changes. Also because that is the only scope that we're having in the project for the moment. So assume that it's prepaid tickets, multimodal, both going into the PTA as part of maybe coming with a national train and then moving on to the local PTA and then traveling around in that region using the PTA services, but not their tickets. You're using the ticketing system, but through a channel.
And that is something which is going to be changed a little bit, I think, in Finland next year, now that we have had, there are these municipalities, and municipalities can form.
What's in the mind of the PTA?
But then there are these state regional authorities, which now are moving into this one state authority. So there are not going to be any regional state authorities anymore. So we've had like municipalities. And then some municipalities decided to be together, and then there has been state regional authorities. And the state regional authorities, they are moving into one authority. So now there is this, there has been like, I don't know how many, 7 or something, regional state authorities that have been tendering. But in the future, it's only one state government authority. So then there might be more guidance and, central government things. But that, as things
Around 5 minutes.
When people have emptied their brains, that should take 5 minutes.
I've emptied my brain in 3 minutes. Is it good or bad?
It's better than 5.
I don't know.
Anybody want to ask ChatGPT what it thinks?
No. Answer is no.
Let's do 1 more minute. Finish emptying the brain. Challenges and benefits.
Start with the benefits.
Okay. What do you have?
I have like a if there is like a system of shared common well documented solutions to handle these issues related to ticketing. For example, cost development goes down because there's anymore no need to invent everything right from the front up, and what you're about to implement has been already implemented somewhere.
To make
So you are not anymore like
what they are
making yourself like the own yard that yard is also. And then like addition to this couple of benefits is like standards, and then the existing implementation give you like you know the existing capability and also what capabilities there are yet. So these existing capabilities are known, and also this gives you when you're about to implement and do something, it's also give you a clear path how to develop it and how to implement it, because you already know what is supported and what is not. So you can start with the supported ones and then figure it out the which are not yet supported in the later time.
Okay.
So the benefits and the challenges and
So we're only sharing between us.
I have one and it's exactly the same, so I just hear.
I was listening to theirs as if they were presenting it.
By following values in their life, easy for your personal travel. And also, from a perspective, like an example, that can be also a challenge. Because distribution comes with a cost, and you need to have an incentive. It can be it's a benefit, it's an opportunity, but can also be a challenge.
The challenge associated.
I have a counterpart on that in challenge.
So it's
That's another one. Okay.
Who would start?
But then it goes
How to build up
benefits we are trying to maintain our business, that you will get more customers. More trips than public transport, increase in public transport model share. The question is that how big is that change? Can we actually estimate? Give some estimates because we have to somehow do it, even though we don't have figures yet, but we should have some kind of estimates. Then of course we know that majority of public transport is trying to how influence comes from this but anyway, there is one can be that's right, but then I think it would be good if we would also leave some space.
So yeah, I guess that's part of it.
Then the challenge also, so actually this is really good. I just learned now that we are actually doing this. We are not PTA. And now suddenly we're operating abroad, and now it might be so that the business line actually has the record in Norway, which is actually considered as a foreign country. So how to take money from foreign research is actually an issue if you don't have VAT practices, different VAT. It's a zero VAT for very services, so we need to solve that. That's also required development. Then I don't know. They would be dumb if they didn't want to have these new customers. But still, I mean, the question is that what we are still facing is that there's something that they are fearing. They are fearing using something that would be very dangerous on PKs. Very important. For money money, but how would you be using money?
Because the variance between public transport applications are quite large if you compare it, for example, to
either download the Richmond app or buy the other app.
Pretty same kind of user interface, but public transport applications,
income.
they are here and there.
I don't see any
change, because at this time you look at they're so conservative, they don't want file them among the third. They don't want more their pandemic now.
It's complication.
Yes. Such solution will make them start to work towards a new direction, more.
Yeah, complication.
Now the challenge is.
If this would be then there would be only problems.
Reverse order.
Yeah.
That's the one.
Even though we have it might have good solutions for changing this is something that is more because if it works, so maybe and also to provide information to customers. And as now, there will be a response.
What else do we have?
Already will be curious to know, but also we're carrying that solution. Why and what also is there also so why
I need to objectives both here where I cannot provide any it's a challenge that just to provide a very comprehensive data feed and someone that's very good at this transit in Canada can then provide the app and users to really long
much easier for the customer. If it isn't then it would be like roaming with the person. It's much easier not having user interface.
And you think the shock of the ticket price is because of the currency changes? It could be some problem with the they know they can do it because of the price of the users. You have
Yeah. there's no option. Yeah.
Actually can imagine challenging hiring the right people extra people to build the pipelines.
Yeah.
But maybe will be the first time they will be dealing with data. They may have a latency operator in the city or the area that already has their information system.
So I have your distribution stick itself possibly could be covered, but you might have another. This is more like the incentive to sell, the benefit, but here the distribution costs and that needs to be covered. For the PPOs, and then somehow the right to play that goes in this ownership topic.
Operator in the area, it's probably much easier if you're already on the standards rather than trying to read from scratch.
You said with the data organization, I would bring it easy that yes, not as we have examples where we cover different setups around Switzerland.
Push that all integration is a challenge, and that's a small thing. So that's why I look at it as a challenge.
Now they need to work hours, even for just documenting what is.
Yeah, they can provide.
And also in regard to the role as comment on this integrate cell and what they but answer the challenge that will have unknown but business impact. So EPAs, they always have this thing, they want to play so that their word is like some kind of big world, so the amount of integrations and landscape of doing things will increase. So there could be this kind of capacity problems from there to like influence that. And then, of course, when you are doing which means whatever you are doing in the PPA role, there's always fast what already exists, your own business models and your own systems. And the idea could be simple, but fact dependency on the end-user contract with the system provider. You can then start implementing this in 2030.
I have challenge some local specificity, maybe goes a bit with the translation part. Always a PTA would be afraid to lose control and not be able to do something I care about. And I could challenge collaboration at scale. Of course, it lowers the cost of development, you reduce whatever exists, but sometimes it's too much information. It's not always collaborate internationally.
They all come from the ferry or from the airport, and they are using mainly the taxi.
Collaborating
and you all go over in the city, they are using the taxi service, which is okay. I think it's pretty much okay, and everyone is
here we have
very easy to use. Only see that there is like 10% of people using the public transportation, which is also available in the which are connecting to the international ways. So basically, the harbor or the airport, basically they don't
tell me if I'm missing
the public transportation because it is much easier to go to the taxi and that's it. And that's why I'm saying that it is very rare that some of you take and start to use the public transportation. So it is quite a big effort, in my opinion, to get this small additional revenue for making up all the APIs and things ready. In the budget wise, time wise, there we need to put in solutions of our own. We have a very organization, so someone needs to start putting all of those together governance to make the APIs integrated. But definitely, I still think that this is good to have it, because it is one time with the ones, and then it's done, and then it's always like available. I'm still thinking that it should be eager to do it. No problem. So you should say, I just put it up. So this is one of the another one is much more harder than it is expected. And also the payment collection and the distribution of clearance. This one is very, very hard. If we have only one, or if we have no, it is because of the legal topics, there is so many of those micropayments. For our own citizens, the public transportation is free of charge. So there is no money. We only pay for the service, and that's it. So we don't ask any money for having the world is ready. But at the same time, so there is no money to have also. But there's the good is
the next step.
Living in rural areas or it's a tourist, they need to pay the ticket. So there is the ticket is still available, the money collection.
Easy to describe. Easy to describe, difficult to solve.
Yes.
Do you want us to go further in our solutions? Because right now it's mostly...
It's discuss.
Or we can prioritize what our biggest challenge versus what our...
Yeah, but maybe now you have a little time to be what kind of programs like NEMU are there? What is needed?
Well, I can tell you my personal thinking is so
because of the benefits of
what I'm saying is that connecting all of these things, the money collection and distribution to all operators.
People sitting with the cross arms, how do we get them to embrace? From cross arms to embrace, what do we do? Use something you spend a few minutes on that.
Well, we are making automatic clearance.
There's plenty of paper.
The regional companies, they are sending us invoices. So it is invoicing. I think also the thing in our case is that there is an invoice. This is something that we need to really fix, that there is some kind of normal way that the public organizations can take money, because that was the same thing I think horrible actually. They have been thinking, we cannot take money without sending an invoice. So this is it's just that yeah, but that's I think that's just something that it can be done. But anyway, there is work to be done on that side. Yeah. I'm trying to figure out where to put it. Yours is the carbon So we will have this more bigger.
So in the sense that here
The idea is that basically it's
yeah, but for example, you still need a specialist, especially for this.
that's the copy.
But you need less of them for sure. You don't need 200.
Okay, the other one that they are is a position when you are united and change and the right change of legacy maker. Your voice
Yeah.
It depends on like when you're opening up your negotiations for
during this offer is 40% full. So if you increase that, then it will be if you get, so that's the point. You have to admit because you have
what would you say? But then we're assuming that we are few of us can see
the point is to make it easier. If it's easier to take an even, if it's easier to take
I think you are now pointing out this is like I think the main reason.
when you're combined together, your voice will be stronger amongst legislation bodies like now we are all saying about standards, and when you're all united, then you can clarify whether you can define whether what are the changes that have to be done.
Yeah, the benefit of standardization is kind of like...
Yes, do we have costs?
Where it doesn't involve public funding and
the cooperation.
I believe we are on the PTA side right now.
Yeah, PTA, but also the question
question is cooperation. The benefits of it is if there are more than 30.
Yeah.
1 minute to go.
They use that